I'm gonna be quiet today because it's not today, it's actually tonight. So that's why I'm gonna be quiet tonight. My sleep schedule has imploded. And therefore we are going to be doing the classic dustmite ASMR stream, which some of you may not remember that dustmite ASMR streams, but they were a staple of the whole operation for a long time. So hopefully the levels work out fine. I have no clue with the levels right now. I feel like honestly we might turn on the, well, now I don't know if, maybe I shouldn't have done that. Alright, maybe the audio sounds better now. Anyway, I was trying to turn on the ASMR settings for my audio processing, just to make it a better experience. Okay, so what we learned last time was that also I can turn this over here. What we learned last time was that the persistent buffer that we were mapping for our terrain generation does not work on Intel UHD 620, which is unfortunately important for the whole operation. So what we're going to be working on is a workaround for it. I think what I'm literally going to do is I'm going to clear it once a frame to -1 in a compute shader instead of using an actual persistent map buffer. So that's going to be the solution for that problem. Anyway, so I'm just gonna literally do it in a compute shader. So that's what we're doing, I guess. Also, I feel the need to say I'm sorry for the spotty quality of the streams in the past. I haven't watched them back for the past like 2 or 3. I did realize that the resolution scaling between this monitor and my other monitor, or this monitor on this computer and my capture card, was mismatched, and so the quality was a lot lower than it's supposed to be. Yo, Ahmed, what's up? It's about over here it's 9:21, so I'm gonna be doing a late night stream, and that's why we're talking quietly, because it's an ASMR stream. So that's what we're doing. So we're gonna go into mesh because that's where the problem is. I guess we'll make a compute shader that does it, because there's actually no way for us to get around it and be. So this is the persistent buffer right here. This chunk data pointer is the persistent buffer, and this works fine on NVIDIA, not on Intel. So we need to figure it out. So what I'm going to do is, instead of doing this, we're just going to do a compute shader that clears it to -1 instead. The annoying thing is that we still have to read back from the buffer, and so that does suck. One does kind of wonder if maybe we could do this whole thing on the GPU, but that sounds crazy. That sounds really difficult. That does sound really, really, really fucking difficult. That sounds so hard, actually. Yeah, that sounds so hard. Yeah, let's not do that. Let us not do that. This kind of has to be single-threaded to some extent. Because otherwise it's kind of incredibly difficult. What we will do though is we will have a shader that just clears it to -1, we still do have to read out from a map buffer range though, which is gnarly. That's gonna suck no matter what. But believe it or not, mapping the buffer out is a lot less of an issue as doing the sub data, actually. So actually not the worst thing in the world. But we are going to need to make a new compute shader, I believe, to do it, and so that does suck. I already had a compute shader called Zero that did the particle systems clearing out to -1. So instead of calling it Zero, I will call it I'll call it chunk 0. What is the thing that I need? I need this. I need these. No, I need these. I need chunk data. Because vertex counts is what is unsized, which needs to get zeroed or put to -1. My cat is yeah, I know, I'm sorry, but it's because everyone else in the house is, you know, they went to go do something, and so my cat is now freaking out. But I don't like taking him in here because then he fucking does stuff. It's annoying. So we need to zero out all of it, and I need to know it's LOD max chunks chunk ID. So we need max chunks and LOD max. So we need both of these because we need to clear it out to that extent. So instead of writing a for loop, let's just straight up get a uint x equals gl global invocation ID dot x, and let's just I'm making sure I spelled that right. My theme doesn't have syntax highlighting for any of the fucking stuff in compute shaders, so if you're on like a better theme like Tokyo Night, you may notice how that gets to be red, and that's really readable. But I should honestly, you know what? Let's go on Tokyo Night today, because honestly, I'm a big fan of it sometimes, and sometimes is now apparently. Okay, so we're just gonna equals -1. There we go. So that's literally all we're doing. That is literally all we're doing. Also, I have no clue. I didn't really get to test the audio before now, but hopefully the audio is good. Hopefully. Okay. The one thing that I don't like about this theme is that the cursor is so like, I like my cursor to be really bright. It's so hard for me to see it here on a big monitor. It's good. Alright, thanks. I appreciate that. I did see that Valigo, is that how you say his name? Somebody posted in the Discord that he made a tweet, and I've been really enjoying his videos. So that was like really cool. I watched his video about GDB the other day. He's really good. I like him and that other guy that does the C stuff. Everybody else probably knows who I'm talking about. I don't remember his name. He's got like a really good looking face. Is he a redhead? I'm not really sure, but anyway, he's good as well. So we're just gonna We're just gonna set up this compute shader then. Okay. I will put it. Where do I put this? Where's my marching cubes compute shader? Am I blind? Or do I just not see it? Why is that commented out? Wait, am I stupid? We definitely use that, so I don't know why that's commented out. Marching cubes compute shader. Where do I set that up? Where do I set this up? Oh, it's a compute shader program. Oh, it was when I was half setting this up and then I stopped setting it up. Right. Yeah. Yeah, I put it in shaders.c, that's why. Okay. Well, we're just gonna pretend like that doesn't exist. And we're just gonna, you know, that doesn't exist. Okay. So this compute shader literally just zeroes out the array, which is great for us. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, I'm fairly tired today, so I'm trying to get focused. Okay, so that is set up and ready to go, and now we should be able to okay, and we will dispatch up to it's max chunks times the max LOD max. I always write it the other way. Is it? Yeah. There. Okay. I think that's it. And then we just do local size at the top. I always forget how to do this because I just copy it and paste it every time, but I'm trying not to this time. I believe that's what you do, right? Yeah, exactly. Okay, so I remember all the time. Okay. And now we just memory barrier it with shader storage barrier bit, and that should be it. Now we can't read it like this anymore. We have to do the mapping of the buffer. Okay. All right, I think we can just compile and we're fine. We're not supposed to be copying this chunk data pointer, by the way. We're supposed to be just copying from pointer. Okay, So now without the persistent barrier, persistent buffer, let's see if this works on Intel again. For those who don't know, what I'm doing here is I'm doing this instead of persistent mapping a buffer because it's not supported on these older drivers. So that's what we're doing. Oh, wait, I made a mistake. I'm going out of bounds. Are we gonna seg fault? Probably. Yeah, I'm going out of bounds. I didn't actually check. I didn't actually check that. Also, this one is the wrong one. We're supposed to bind buffer base the other one after we clear the current one. Yeah, that's also another thing. Because this 12 is a different 12 now. Let's hope that that was what the actual seg fault was, and it wasn't anything else that I missed, may or may not have missed. Okay, it looks like we're still seg faulting, which is really, you know, not the best thing in the world. I do initialize this, right? I do. I've been watching some of your vid and live streams. You really give me motivation to keep going on my API. That's awesome. I really appreciate that. I'm glad that it's making you inspired to work. So I always like hearing that you know, people start doing stuff because they see me doing the Sisyphean pushing a boulder up a fucking hill sort of thing. I appreciate that a lot. Trying to think. What would be causing us the seg fault? I might just GDP it, to be honest. Let's just GDP this before we I have the muscle memory from my chess engine of typing in auto as soon as an application runs. I still have it, which just proves how many hours I spent on that goddamn chess engine. That months later, I still type auto instead of run into GDP. It's just like insane muscle memory. Okay, so let's see what we got. Okay, it's not gonna tell us anything. Load chunks, yeah. Oh, you know what it might be? It might be that we already are persistent mapping a buffer onto it. And so we're mapping another buffer when it's already mapped. So let's just not do that, and let's just get rid of instead of GL buffer storage, let's do let's just put it as GL dynamic draw and then just bring it back to a regular buffer. The buffer storage is like a newer thing that doesn't really work in older systems, even though they tell you that it does, which it's kind of interesting how most people just take that for granted and then just develop things and then it doesn't work on older hardware. It's just it's interesting to me. It is interesting to me. Okay. Let's try it now. It ain't like what they say on the tin, that's for sure. That's the one thing that you learn about graphics programming. If you ever, like, you know, develop for different hardware, is just because something works on your NVIDIA 3000 series plus does not mean that it's going to work on anything else. Alright, so this works. Okay, cool, we got it. GL API, I feel like GL gen buffer arrays. Is this actually working? Feels kind of janky, but I mean, there's no popping in and out, which is what we care about. There's some weird behavior going on for sure. It's kind of hard to tell because of the water. We should really get rid of the water just to test this. I don't really have the ability to do that. Yeah, I feel like this is not working. Yeah, it should not be going up in LOD level like that. Yeah, this is a pain in the ass. Because it works on NVIDIA, but it doesn't work on Intel, and so I have to do all this janky bullshit. It's fucking annoying. Maybe I have to... No, I should be... I could do both, right? I could actually do both, yeah. I can do just like the read flag, just to test it. What is this read flag? So the one that we just read from, and then put it to -1, and then take the new one on, the empty one on the thing. I guess, I don't know, maybe when you unmap the buffer, there's no guarantee that this doesn't get executed first, which would kind of be a pain in the ass. Well, in that case, you just do you could just set the other one to -1 instead. That makes sense since you're double buffering it. So that should be fine, I think. Yeah, I think it's working. It's just not. It's probably not right 100% of the time. Which that's the problem right there. That's the problem. That is the problem. All right, let's try it again. And then let's try it with NVIDIA, and then see what the difference is. If I'm just imagining things or what, I don't know. With the persistent buffer, it works really flawlessly, but yeah. I've been applying to a lot of jobs recently. It's annoying how much is generated with AI, like the jobs descriptions themselves, you know, you can just tell. That kind of just like, you know, makes me kind of pissed off to be honest. Like you don't care about, I don't know, your company enough to like just actually write them? Like, really? Like, I'm not crazy about that, right? Yeah, I'm not too thrilled about the chunks, to be honest. I'm not like the most thrilled. It does kind of it's definitely supposed to be, yeah, that going backwards is fucking rough. Yeah, like that is really shitty. Okay, let me try it on NVIDIA and then see if I'm going crazy. AI is getting scary? I don't really think so. I think that that's what they want you to think. They want you to like be afraid for your job or whatever the fuck. It's like, I don't know. Rich people scare me way more than AI, because rich people are stupid enough to take AI, you know, and run with it. That's okay. So that happens actually on NVIDIA as well. I want to test it against the persistent, with the persistent buffers next. So let me go back to that and then see if that was still the problem with the persistent buffer, or else, because I remember it working perfectly. I don't remember it being choppy at all. I do not remember it being choppy at all with this. Do not unmap the buffer. Okay. Yeah. I don't know, it annoys me. It also annoys me just knowing that it's AI all the way down, you know? Like your application does not get seen by a real person. It's just layers of AI all the way down. Which is really, it just really, you know. I hate that, you know, Gen Z and stuff are all up in arms about, you know, boomers, they had it so well. It's like, I think that Gen Z is scarier than any fucking, like, boomer. Like, okay, so this happens here too, actually. Like, this is Gen Z's fault, right? In my opinion. It's just, like, Gen Z's fault for being so dopamine addicted that now everything is based on dopamine instead of actual craft, you know. So this is completely the fault of Gen Z. I don't want to hear any boomers or sucky and blah blah blah, blah. They ruined everything. No, this is 100% your fucking fault. Like 100%. Like everyone is to blame in it. But yeah, that's kind of, I don't really like to like doom about it, but yeah, like the applying for jobs, it's fucked. It's really fucked. Yeah, so this is, it's sucky when you back up. How can we deal with that? Yeah, like this obviously works fine when you're moving forward. When you back up, it's kind of bad. Yeah. Yeah, I know why that is, actually. It's because Okay, so this had nothing to do with the persistent buffer actually. So just like, let's go back to the way it was. I think, let's just go back to the way it was. So I proved my point here, and I want to take a look at that. I think it's the reason why is because the free list only gets populated now when it's not within viewing frustum, which means that we never free chunks that are, see, if within frustum continue, which is really not what we should be doing. Obviously we already apply it to the score. Blame for what in particular? That's what I said what in particular. I said that I think it's Gen Z's fault that the consumption of everything, the consumption of AI content, the consumption of social media to such an insane degree, the consumption of dating apps, the consumption of pretty much everything that has to do with technology has informed the current state of things, right? The lack of care, of craftsmanship, of, love, of, all of these things, like, no one cares, right? So that's the blame, in my opinion, right? Is the way I think about it in capitalism. If you buy things, it's your fault, right? Like, it's your fault for buying the things, right? If you didn't buy it, then they wouldn't make it. That's the whole point of capitalism, right? So everybody complaining right now, I don't know. I've walked the walk. Like, I don't fucking buy any of that bullshit. I don't have any subscriptions. Nothing. I don't have Spotify, nothing. Because I think it's all fucking bad. It's all bad. It's genuinely, like, all soul-sucking, and, it ruins art, so... that's just my opinion, is like, if people didn't buy things, then like the world would be a better place. But everybody loves to buy shit. That's what I think. Like, everybody loves buying shit and then complaining about how much things are expensive and how, the good old days. It's like, if you cared about the good old days, you wouldn't be buying all the nonsense. I don't know. That's just my opinion, though. I typically, have strange opinions, but yeah, that's my opinion. Okay, so we fixed this. I think that works pretty well, actually. It's not bad. With a bigger radius, it would look a lot better. But yeah, now we're never gonna run out of ground, which is nice. Okay. We could bring the dithering back to stop the flashing a little bit, would be nice, but I thought mainly they were attacking boomers because they believe they rigged the housing market. I mean, yeah, that criticism is fair. That criticism is fair. But I've heard the criticism, like, of, the fact that they had it so easy in terms of getting a job, or, in terms of salary and owning a house and stuff and all that. I think that the younger people are just as much to blame for the way the world is right now, That's what I think. I don't really know if it's just asceticism. I don't know, it's just consuming trash and then being mad that they keep creating trash. It's just a never-ending loop, Okay, so we just really overheated on my laptop there, but we were on the NVIDIA GPU. So that's a reason why we don't use the NVIDIA GPU, is because we overheat. Their desires are no different. But in the same situation, they would ask for the same thing. Yeah, I mean, I don't, that's why I think it's just, it's not, like, I just blame humanity as a whole, right? Like, I don't really think it's, like, old people or new people. It's always the same struggle. It's all the same stuff. I just really, I disagree with the whole, like, oh, why does everything suck now? It's always sucked, it's always going to suck, and it's your fault for it sucking. I don't know. NVIDIA GPUs is very expensive here. Yeah, here too, yeah. I was thinking of getting, like, a 3060 or 3070. Expensive still, even though it's an old GPU at this point. But yeah. And to get it, then I would need to get a new motherboard, and I would need to get, like, a new power supply. I would need to basically get the whole fucking computer, so whatever. Okay, so that's cool. So there is some still like popping in and out. It's hard when you're moving that fast to deal with it. It's I can't really morph the vertices themselves because that would require ordering them. Not something that is efficient at all. We already have stochastic dithering. I just don't have it enabled right now, so I'm just going to consider that that's kind of put to bed. And we solved that. I want to see, though, I want to see performance-wise how we're doing, though. And there's no real way for us to see that. Other than, I mean, did it show here? Do I have it set up? Oh no, I only have the CPU timers. Yeah, that's when the GPU is throttled. I need to kind of see what the value is, so I'm just going to launch again and actually see, because I want to see, because it was 5 milliseconds beforehand. Oh wait, that's a CPU timer actually. No, it isn't. No, that mesh is a GPU timer. Unfortunately, we don't have actual profiling. We can't do profiling on Intel. It doesn't support GL queries. So that's really cool. Thanks for that. Our mesh is 7 milliseconds. Yeah, that sucks. That sucks so bad. Like, you have no clue how bad that sucks. That is so bad. That is so shitty. Wow. Really? Really? Mapping this buffer is this bad? Like, mapping this buffer is this bad? Mapping that buffer is that expensive? It's 7 milliseconds? Are you fucking kidding me? Like, no way, right? Oh, that sucks. Yeah. With just persisting mapping, then we're fine. But it's not supported on old drivers, so yeah. It does suck. It really sucks bad. Yep, 1 millisecond. I wonder if it matters the size of the buffer. Let's test it. I wonder if it matters the size of the buffer. If I can make the size of the buffer smaller, then then let's just try and see it. Let's just try and see. What if I make it 400 instead of 4 times 400? How do it be? It's good. It's good. I'm feeling a bit of pain because I am trying to make something that works on multiple GPU architectures, and Intel is not very cool. Wouldn't it be really nice if we all just had NVIDIA GPUs so that I didn't have to do this shit? That'd be awesome. They should give us all free NVIDIA GPUs. Okay, so this is 2.3. Sometimes, oh, okay, sometimes 5, sometimes 4. 3. 3 is a lot better. 3 is a lot better. 3 is a lot better. Instead of reading the whole thing back from the GPU, okay, I have an idea. We only read back the exact amount from the GPU that we wrote in the previous frame, right? Each new chunk. Because that's all we need here. We just read back the same amount that we emitted, like 6 chunks, right? So let's say we emit 6 chunks. We have an atomic counter that we increase, and we just push those onto an array and then read it back. And then we read back the counter. No, we need the counter on the CPU. We need the counter on the CPU. So we count how many chunks we emitted. We need a CPU side buffer that that has them in order. Okay, so let's do that. This is going to be a bit confusing, but you're good. Sorry to hear about that mental puzzle. Yeah, it's not the end of the world. It's just you gotta kind of think, I guess, a little bit out of the box. This solution that I'm thinking about now is probably the best solution, which is instead of reading in a massive buffer of all of the chunks back, we only read back exactly the portion that we need, right? So that's the goal. That's the goal here. So our emitted chunks will have to be set to 0 at the beginning of each one over here. No, we want to do it over here because this is where we actually start. So our emitted chunks is going to equal 0. And then every time we emit a chunk, now the tricky part is that we have to do it also here. So very important, when we create a new planet mesh, we have to also emitted chunk IDs equals CF, and then our emitted chunk LEDs equals LED plus 1. And now our emitted chunks plus plus. There we go. Except maybe you don't want to be doing this for children, right? You only want to be doing it for parents? Is that what we decided? But that's... No, that's too difficult, because then we don't know if it's a child or a parent. Let's see. What was I doing it on here? I did it on ID equals -1 and not is child. Okay, so we can't do it on children. Can't do it on children. So let's just completely forget what I just did there and only do it here. But we only can do this if it's a parent. So we have to decide how to figure that out. Let's have a bool is parent. LODK is always what we're generating. So is parent equals true in this case. It's not true in this case. We're generating a child mesh there. And it is true in this case. So, and then we just check if is parent here. If is parent, then we do this. And we put it onto the stack. Okay. Okay. No big deal. Now we need to match the exact same thing on the GPU. So instead of having a vertex counts like this, instead of having this padding here, we'll have an integer we'll have a uint emitted chunks, and they'll be in the correct order. They'll be in the same order. Oh, but we only need to push them when it's a parent. So we need to take in a uniform bool is parent. We need to take in a uniform there for if it's parent. Now we have to reflect all of these changes in our GPU chunk. This is now a 32T emitted chunks. Now this buffer is still going to be massive, but we're only going to read out exactly the emitted chunks amount. So that's the goal. The tricky thing is that they need to be synced. And so we need to be setting in this thing. So there is that. That is the tricky part. Because we need is parent to be set into here. So create new planet mesh is now going to take in a bool is parent. And false, that's never going to be a parent. And then this just gets is parent. And so inside of indirect, we want to atomically increment the emitted chunks. Actually, we don't have to be well, actually, yeah. So let's just do atomic add onto. So if is parent, then we will get our count, which is emitted chunks 1, and we will index it by C. There. Okay. Okay. We now have to go into our init, and here we need to put in 0. And inside of indirect, inside of density, we no longer have to do this. We don't have to zero it at all. Now it's just only going to be the ones that existed last time. So now on the other side of things, when we're reading in, we only are going to read in emitted chunks. So that's the difference. So our new list is only going to memcopy size of int times emitted chunks. And so that becomes a lot less data traffic that we're worrying about. And we don't even have to do this anymore. So all the code that I just wrote is actually pointless. So all we're going to do is loop through emitted chunks. And then do this inside of there. Now it's guaranteed to be an old emission. If I did this right, then none of this should even matter. But who knows if I did it right? Then we want to add it onto the 0 hash. Alright, and we will just get rid of the other code. And let's just try to... Okay, let's try it. Oh, we do actually have to zero the... We do have to zero the thing. We do have to zero, I'm sorry, I'm being stupid right now. We do have to zero the... We do have to zero the count, is what I'm trying to say. We do have to zero the count. I don't know if this is going to work, though. Okay. Okay, theoretically, that should do what I want it to do. Theoretically, that should do what I want it to do. However, I'm probably about to be proven wrong, as I often am when I try to design things like this. Often the GPU just says, no, excuse me, what are you trying to do here? Oh, you silly little programmer. That's alright. Wow, I've been here for 56 minutes. Are you kidding me? That's crazy. 56 minutes? Time just flies when you're having fun. Okay, so this is obviously not working. This is just obviously not really what we're doing right now. Oh, I never said the Boolean. Wait, but if I never said the Boolean, then why is it permanently 1? Wouldn't it be permanently 0? I never said the Boolean, the fucking uniform. I never said the uniform. I'm just going to get uniform GL uniform. It's get uniform location. Yes, like why is that not coming up? Like whatever. Okay, let's try it now. Hey, what's up, Nigma? Late night indeed. It's yeah, that's the one I am. Am I fancy today? Why? Because I'm talking quietly? Because it's like 10 at night. Okay, this is not working. This is not working. No, yeah. Yeah, I assumed that this wasn't gonna work anyway. Okay. Here's something. I want to make sure that our count matches their count, the GPU count. So that's what I'm going to do. That's what I'm going to do. Oh, my editor theme? This is fancy to you? I think that my theme is a little bit more, elegant, I guess, or simple. But yeah, I just threw it on Tokyo Night today because I'm doing a lot of compute shader stuff. So I like to have the this syntax highlighting on the OpenGL stuff. Int, this is it. And oh. I've been thinking about projects I'm going to do with my sister to teach her how to code, and I don't know what I want to do. I want to do something exciting so that she doesn't, just drop it right away or whatever. So I think I'm going to do like a, we were talking about like maybe some sort of like a sand or a water simulation or something in 2D. I don't want to do something boring like Pong or fucking, I don't know. That seems so fucking stupid. GPU count is 0, or GPU count is 1, CPU 1, CPU 0. We made a bunch of meshes here, and then 26. Oh, wait, hold on. We're supposed to be indexing new lists in by C. Oh, my bad. That's a big mistake. Yeah, I don't know. She likes video games, but it's kind of hard to be like, oh, let's learn OpenGL for your first like programming thing. But also, I don't want to do like fucking Hello World or like a secret number thing, like that's what they're gonna teach her in school, and she's gonna go into AP Computer Science next year, so I want to give her something that's more fun, because when I was a kid, I didn't have any fun programming because it was all boring school bullshit, so I get it. Okay, this seems to work pretty well. Let's see what the time is. 7. 7687. 76. To be fair though, we are using GL get buffer sub data, which is pretty bad. But we are only mapping 2 integers out. We'd also just, let's try that. Let's try just dispatching. Let's just try dispatching 1 out just to set that to 0. That's a pretty pointless shader, but maybe it's faster. It might be slightly faster than us calling subdata, even if it's on the one that's not bound, which it is not bound, which seems like it would be pretty fast, but yeah. Also, we should be doing this on the other one before we bind the new one, I think. That's the way it's supposed to go. Curiosity is what drives wisdom. Yep. Which is what schools fail on. Yeah. I agree with that completely. Most of my schoolwork was completely dull shit. The most fun I had when I was in school was writing papers, because I got to choose like the science papers and stuff when I was in high school. And then in college it was a bit better because then I had like interesting classes, like my Russian literature class, for example. But then again, there were still some classes that were just complete bullshit. Could not care about it all. I was not expecting to fix my shoulders tonight. Oh, improving weight paint. Yeah, I suck at weight painting. Has she tried Godot? No. She doesn't really have a computer. She has just a laptop, right? Just like a standard, Dell laptop or whatever. It's kind of newish, but it's not like a new graphics card or anything like that. So she wouldn't really be able to do any of that. But she does still like to play. Like, we don't really have like a lot of money in the family, right? But I think I would still like to teach her some graphics programming because she is into games. She loves a lot of like RPG sort of things. She loves the Yakuza games. She loves Bully right now is her current obsession. But yeah, I think I couldn't stand game engines when I was a kid either. I really didn't like game engines, so maybe she'll enjoy the programming thing. I was blowing her mind talking to her earlier about she was just expecting us to be able to like create a model and then like put it on the screen or whatever, and I was just like, most animations is not actually done in Blender. If we're gonna like create like a snake or something, like we can do the linear interpolation just in code, and it's just like blowing her mind. I have a daughter now. This is my little sister. Yeah. Yep. We do have like an insane age gap. I'm 25. My sister is in high school, so we do have a big age gap. Money doesn't exist. Yeah, it really doesn't exist. Yeah, but it hasn't stopped her from playing stuff. Like she plays games at like 30 FPS, which is pretty crazy. Yeah, it was crazy because I didn't really, when I started programming too, I had no like guiding force. I think when I was a teenager, there wasn't like YouTube was just coming out, but like as a thing, so I didn't really have a lot of resources. I remember I tried to watch some videos on C++, and it was just a blue PowerPoint, and a guy just like talking, and I got so fucking bored. And so I never learned C++, even though I should have. And I did everything in Java. Yeah. Good times. Because this is working, it's just slow. Maybe this makes it faster. GL get buffer subdata is, or get subdata is super slow, so maybe this is marginally faster. I mean, this of course is like the painful part. Now, why don't we have a persistent mapping here? Is because we are trying to get it to run on Intel UHD 620. That's the goal. That is the goal. All right. Let's see what we have. We're at 4. Definitely better than 7 or 8. Definitely better than 7 or 8. We do have 5.6 though. And we do see 7. Do see 7, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if there's another solution other than straight up moving all of it to the GPU, which is kind of impossible. Which sucks. But yeah. Yeah, it's literally just this, and we can't do anything about it, I feel like. Maybe if I don't map buffer range and I instead, I already tried GL unsynchronized bit. It didn't really work. I wonder if it's faster if I initialize this as GL buffer storage with GL map read bit. If that's allowed, if that's faster. I think that that's technically supposed to be faster because it has the dynamic storage bit, which is, you know, saying that we are going to update the contents of it, but let's try it. I learned a very tiny amount of C using Visual Basic in high school. Yeah, my brains are now mashed potatoes too. Mine are pretty smashed. C is pretty brain dead easy. I should probably learn more C++ stuff like smart pointers and all that shit. Because I'm applying to jobs and now I realize that, like, I don't know, those are kind of necessary skills, I guess, that I should have. Yeah, that's a lot faster. That's 2 milliseconds. 3 and 2. Now, if that's gonna work on Intel, I have no clue. So let's give it a shot. Let's give it a shot on Intel. I have no way to profile it on Intel. Not even render doc helps, by the way, so. Or maybe it does, but I'm too stupid to figure out how render doc does compute stuff. Oh, that's not correct. That is not correct. That is not correct, my friend. That is not correct. This is a CPU timer, isn't it? I think it is a CPU timer. I think I'm tweaking. I think I'm actually tweaking. That's a CPU timer, not a GPU timer. Right? Mesh time. Yeah. It probably is relevant, but probably not as much as we think right now. Huh. Okay. Yeah. Works on NVIDIA, does not work on Intel. Story of my life. Story of my life. You'd be surprised how much, like, it isn't portable, you know? If there's anything that I've been taught about having 2 GPUs in one machine, is that dude, like, things run totally different on the other one. Okay, so this is happening from both, actually. This bug. Okay, our mesh is broken. Our mesh is broken because I didn't set it up properly. I didn't put this there. I didn't put this and this. Okay. I mean, now what? How did I break this? Oh, because I'm not... Oh, I am here. I am here, but maybe it doesn't work. Maybe that doesn't work. Oh, that might not work. Huh. What is importable? Just anything between this Intel GPU and the NVIDIA GPU. Every application works completely different on it. Okay, I didn't really test if it worked. I just saw 4.5, 3, 2, 3, 2, 2, 2, go. 4, 4, 3. Yeah, I'm sorry, this isn't like the most riveting thing of all time. Also, my music is super low, I'm sorry. I'm not listening to music right now. Yeah, it's hard. Oh, have I been hitting the mic this whole time? I'm sorry. Dude, no one tells me. See, here it says that our mesh is super fast when it's not. Just because Intel is stupid. Yeah. Have I really been hitting the mic this whole time? Come on, you guys could have told me that. That sucks. That sucks so bad. Okay, so this bug is still here. What the fuck did I do? What the fuck did I do? What did I do? What did I do? What did I do? I feel like this was working. But now it's not. Maybe it was working when we find buffer base up here. This is annoying me now. I feel I had this working, dude. I had it working. I had it working, I promise. Everything is about if and thens. I mean, and then we have another thread, and then it's more about if then you know? Yeah, what the fuck is this? That's so nasty. Plus it's slow as balls. Oh, wait a second. No, we take the chunk vertex offset anyway. Yeah, so that would set it to a 0 just naturally. I don't know why this isn't working. I thought that this was working. Fuck. Okay, well let's run it back, I guess. Because this was when I was working. Hey, what's up, Ahmed? A lot of news about Anthropic. Yeah, I haven't really been paying attention. I thought that I saw a video in my recommended that was like, oh, craziest AI about to drop. The one that's too secret, they couldn't make it public or whatever. It's like, okay. Dude, like, I'll see when I believe it. I don't know. I talked to Claude and it's like the dumbest fucking thing ever. It's funny, like Claude is so far behind ChatGPT, it's not even like funny. At least from like my conversations with it. It just seems so fucking stupid. Like Claude is just so fucking dumb. Like actually useless AI. Like I can see the whole ChatGPT thing, but Claude I can't. I don't understand how that's like even a competitor. It's like, it's just dog shit. You know, it's just genuinely awful. But whatever. The teacher was very hands off, yeah. That does suck. That does suck. You know what else sucks? I thought that it was working, but maybe I just didn't pay attention and it wasn't working the whole time. Maybe we assert the rest of the stuff. Let's assert all of this other shit. Even though it should all be true, let's just see if maybe it needs a little nudge in the correct direction. I think Claude is not smart in talking, but it's smart in other things like code. Maybe, I mean, I haven't used like Claude Code or anything like that. I've just like talked to it in like text, like when I need help or whatever. And to be honest, it's like, oh, you misspelled this. Like, okay, who fucking cares? Like, that's not the problem. I don't know. It's like that sort of fucking, I mean, ChatGPT does the same sort of like bullshit, but yeah. I feel like Claude is worse. Yeah, this is starting to piss me off, yeah. I need to make sure that it 100% is the free list that is doing it. I need to make sure that it's this and not something else that I changed. I think it is. It has to be. Because the other thing that I changed is... The other thing that I changed was this. Which would not cause that. What we're seeing is popping you know. Let's check our accounts, I guess. Count 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 4 4 5 5. Yeah, so they match 6 6 6 6. So they 100% match 3 and 3, 1 and 1. Are we sure that I set up that L and I correctly, right? And sorry, I'm not reading chat. I think ChatGPT is the worst, really. I've gotten, I don't know, much better out of ChatGPT than anything else. DeepSeek is better. I haven't used DeepSeek. I've only used ChatGPT and Claude. What's a good conversation? I'm not sure. I don't have good conversations with AI. I'm just talking about like usefulness. Like Claude just is fucking useless. ChatGPT helps definitely a lot more, at least in my experience, than Claude. Claude also just like doesn't explain things very well. Is like another problem that I have with it. See here, there was nothing that got done in the previous frame, and it still got 1 1, right? There was no mesh that got created. So why is it 1 1 if there was no mesh created? Right? Like here it makes sense. 6 5 5 4 4 1 1. Okay, that has to be the bug then. Done change. Where's done change again? Maybe it's not here. Am I as good as explaining stuff? Tell me. Yeah, Gemini is good at explaining stuff for sure. It does, I don't know. This is just my experience, but yeah, I haven't had a good time with Claude. That's all. I mean, I've not really used it that much. I use ChatGPT more for sure than anything else. How do we get here? Increase emitted chunks. But then... not... Oh, we did creating the mesh. We did. Okay. We have to print out and try and find the bug. That's what we have to do. Sorry, I'm logging in here. Do you know about Intel Me? I have no clue what that is. No. Or maybe I do, but I don't. You know, it doesn't sound familiar to me. Let's see if the actual count is correct. Alright, let's see it. Alright, peace out, Enigma. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, that sucks. Okay, so this still isn't working, but we know this. Try and see what we got here. So we got 3 and 3. Okay, so according to this, it's working. According to this, it's working. But then why is it so shitty? Like, why is it so shitty if it's working? Like, maybe it is just working. Maybe it's just working. It's just my code is shit. Maybe really like, oh god, maybe it was that. Yeah. Capitalism is not based. All right, I turned the music up, but then it got super loud, and no one told me, so my bad. My bad. I'm not listening to the music. Maybe we just never noticed that it was broken once I clicked this. I think that we might need a bigger thing here. We might need a bigger thing there. Intel Me is some things that have more power than the operating system. It saves money. So like a kernel? Like a kernel, I guess. I think that's what a kernel is. But what do I know? See, this is doing the fucking thing. I think we should be... I think we should be judging based on not center pause. We either go cam pause or projected cam pause. I think that that's what I've decided now. That's what I've decided now. That is what I've decided now. Because we can't do this. We can't do this. What is frustum weight? Frustum weight is 10. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. It's not like a kernel. It's just in the CPU. And it's separated from other components. I see. I see. So it's a physical thing. That's cool. So it basically monitors the operating system. That's cool. That is dope. Yeah, I mean, this is still gnarly. It's not as bad though. You only notice it when you're just like zooming, like, you know, like if you're actually just on land, then you won't notice it. So maybe it's not something that I should really be worried about. Like this is like your actual gameplay would be fine. So yeah, I'll check it out. Thanks for telling me about it. That does sound cool. I wonder if I have it inside of my CPU. Probably, right? Probably. Now we have to go and run back everything that we just fucking did. So that's the shitty part. We don't have to check any of this anymore. We just do one dispatch to 0 it, and the rest we map out like that. And okay, let's see. So there we were at 232. I'm a web dev and am intent to learn game development. Should I start with C++ or something more newbie friendly like Godot guys? If you're a web dev, I feel like you should just start with a language. I mean, it depends what you want to do. If you want to learn game dev, like actually like making games, like the art of making a game, then sure, use like a game engine and learn Blender and learn how to make shaders and learn C#, right? That's all the jobs you're gonna see are Unity and Unreal Engine, C#, making shaders and shit like that. Now, if you want to code, you know, that's a totally different thing. Then use C++, learn a graphics API, learn that sort of thing. Two completely different sorts of roles with completely different, things going on with them. Like I obviously went learning a graphics API and actually coding, because I actually like to code rather than, just script and that sort of thing. So it's completely up to what you want to end up doing. But just do know that if you are doing it for a job, it is way harder to go the graphics API programming C++ route. 100% way harder to get a job doing that than it is to be a game engine, using Unreal Engine or whatever development sort of thing, There's definitely overlap though. Some of these jobs you're gonna see overlap, so it's not just one thing, right? So but yeah, it depends on what you want to do. That's what I would say. So yeah, that was not really that great. That was 20. And we could bring this into RenderDoc and see what's going on. But I have a feeling it does not like what we're doing with this. Even though it says it's only 4. I just don't believe that the performance timers work on Intel, to be honest. Because otherwise we would be able to hit it. This is 4, 3, 3. So 10, 17, oh actually no, this adds up. Oh, yeah, this adds up perfectly. Wow. Damn. Well, never mind. I guess collision is still a pain in the ass, huh? Yeah, if we get collision down and the mesh CPU time down, then maybe it's fine. Yeah. Actually, yeah, we aren't blocking on the mesh at all. This is only when we create a new mesh. So yeah, maybe the GPU timers are actually working, and it looks like big loop is still a problem. But yeah, collision is a big one. That's a big one. All right, let's get to it. Let's get to it. Okay. So let's go here. Personally, I recommend Godot. I hated Unreal. Yeah, there just is way more jobs in Unreal and Unity. So, if you want to make like solo games, then go for Godot, 100%. But Unreal and Unity just offer so much more tools in terms of working with a studio or a company rather than Godot. So just keep that in mind, I guess. If I wanted to get a job personally in games development, I would learn a game engine and then learn the code afterwards. But you know, it's why it's been hard for me to, you know, get into the field. So I'm doing it the fucking hard way. Okay, so let's think about this. Fine surface. Do we have? I think I got rid of the performance timers. Is kind of the problem. I did. I have the timer here actually. So let's. This. I'm sorry for the background noise of this monitor making noise as I type. Okay, it stopped. Double find as equals end timer. Okay, and then we will. Alright, we have a return here, so that makes it kind of tricky. So this is, I'm just trying to figure out the cost of these different portions of the collision resolution. Yo, what's up, Kano? How are you doing? Okay, so let's see what is the expensive part. I wish I could build my own game engine. You're doing the mad scientist route. Yeah, but it's still not a skill that's people are really looking for anymore. I don't think most, especially independent studios, are building their own engines. It's just not something that happens, right? And the big studios that want to hire an engine developer want someone with 8 years of professional experience doing it, you know? So I'm kind of in a fucked up little, you know, in between thing where it just kind of sucks. I don't have the skills that independent studios want, but I don't have the amount of experience necessary to be a senior engine programmer at a bigger studio, so I'm kind of fucked up in that sense, right? Okay, so find S is where it's all at. It's 3.5 milliseconds, which is fucking massive. Fucking massive. Massive. Yeah, every frame. 3 milliseconds. If we cut off 3, we're close to 16. Then we just have to take a bigger look at mesh. Okay. Find surface does 500 to find the surface. Yeah, it's just the collision is just gonna feel bumpy otherwise. We can early out actually. We could do early out actually. Hold on. If we calc density at the proposed step size times fail, what do we start at? We actually start at prop.z, so let's do whatever this is, prop.z. This is going to be minus step size times fail. I'm chilling, I'm deferring the PS1 stuff. Yeah, no problem. I've started learning the basics of OpenGL. Yeah, absolutely. I definitely did some retro-y graphic stuff on OpenGL as well, so definitely can do that for sure. And yeah, the PS1 stuff is super time consuming, daunting. Yeah. This is gonna be fail bottom. If fail bottom is greater than the threshold, then we can just return our negative 999 value, I think. So that means if we're far above the ground and we're never going to hit the ground, then we can just early out. I wish that we didn't have to do so many steps. That's kind of the problem. Like, if I could get this down to 100 steps, that would be insane. But then this becomes bumpy. That's the problem. But let's see it anyway. Let's give it a shot. It also would be faster if we did this calc density, if we made it better. Or we did it on the GPU instead of the CPU. But yeah, I have no clue how to do that. Oh, this feels faster. Definitely is a bit more bumpy, yeah. Yeah, this is pretty bumpy. But there's probably some janky things that we could do to solve it. Yeah. Collision is now 1, 0.8, 1, 0.7, 1, 1. Yeah, now we're lower. We definitely get this lower, I think. Big loop is the problem. Big loop is the problem because we should only be looping over the frustum. We could cut half of the loop of the work by only looping over what's in the viewing frustum, but I don't know how to do that math. Yeah, I have no clue how to do that math. But we're getting close to 16 now. Yeah, this definitely did help with this, but I don't know if you could get away with the low step size but the less amount, or I don't know. No, it's still super bumpy. It's so bumpy that we don't even hit the ground. Yeah, we don't hit the ground. That's a big problem. I guess you could probably move the threshold up if you want to keep that step size, but the threshold then gets massive. That's the problem. So if we do 3.5, we might be able to swing it, because that means that 0.2 has less to go down, and then we keep the step size so that it can be smoother. But good old voxel tools plugins uses curves. What do you mean? What do you mean? Just curves? What do you mean? What are you referring to? Yeah, moving the threshold up doesn't even seem to really work. 100 times 0.02 is... Does it get to 3.5? I think it should. But maybe it just needs to be higher than that even. It's kind of like going in the dark. I don't really know what the if 3.5 is the value that we're getting to. That isn't enough, is it? No, that isn't enough. Yeah, that wasn't enough. Yeah, this will be enough though, I think. I suck at math, but I think that that's enough, yeah. To hit 3.5 now. Yeah, it is. It's just super weird. It feels weird. It's super smoothed out now, all the geometry. Yeah, it's hard to walk up things. There's probably a middle ground here that I have to keep checking on. Like, this is close to good, and this is so fast, probably 1.6, 1.3, 2. Yeah, 2 isn't that fast, but yeah, 3. Yeah. If we just move it all to the GPU, then it would be fine. But I have no clue how to... We can think about doing that. But it would just be one thread on the GPU, like it isn't parallel. Bit unrelated, but during this type of program I decided to use assembly. It wouldn't make things that much faster. Now using simd and stuff like that, that's definitely stuff that I've done a lot with. That makes a lot of sense, but assembly not necessarily. If you like make a step that's the ocean floor, then a step that's sea level. So right now you get a lot of noise. Well, that's the point. That's the point. It's the terrain is generated with noise. But yeah. Eventually I plan to have biomes and stuff, but right now I just need to make sure that the performance gets to 60 FPS. You know? That's the goal. That's the important part. Yeah, I could sim this. I could sim the density function. I've thought about it. I have thought about it. It would mainly be the FBM. Actually, yeah, let's test that. Let's see what the performance is like without FBM noise. Just to see how expensive it is. It'll be just as expensive on the CPU as on the GPU. So maybe we just simmed it and see from there. Okay, so let's see. With no FBM. Oh my god, I pressed the fucking button. Okay, the collision went down to 0.2 though, right before I press escape instead of the button to re-lock the mouse. So that's why. Yeah, I think maybe optimizing the noise function rather than trying to fuck with the collision logic is probably the way to go. Okay, so let's just see. Yeah, so the collision is 0.3 now, so it's all FBM. It's all FBM is the cost. And now we're probably at like, yeah, we're at 60 FPS 100%. Yeah. Yeah, FBM is the cost. FBM is the cost. FBM is the cost. What am I gonna do about that? I don't know. I don't know. There are still stutters. Okay. We're actually early to the swap sometimes. Here we were late. 944. Yeah, this is, we need to figure out this and also this. Like, frame should not be this long. So that's the next thing that we have to figure out. Frame should not be this long. We should not be doing this ever. What's the FFT time? FFT time is 0.1? 0.1. Okay, so it's definitely not that. I did try putting timers here, didn't I? To try and figure out what it was that's eating up all the time. I think I tried, but I don't know if I followed through with it. If I have to guess, it's probably this stuff. Alright, peace out, Kano. The collision? Yeah, I do have collision. I already have it kind of figured out. It's based on the density function that's that generates the terrain. The issue is making it more efficient, right? So, yeah. But yeah, the collision needs to be generated in real time, just like the geometry is, which is kind of the tricky part. This is taking up way too much CPU time as well. So let's just create a timer here. Okay, let's see it. Because this being 2 milliseconds on the CPU doesn't make any sense. That should not be 2 milliseconds. There's probably something that we're calling that's way more expensive than we think. Oh, right. Yeah. It's not this at all. Right, I forgot what we figured out last time. That's actually the UI. It's actually the UI. It's actually the UI is the problem. Without the UI, we're at 60 FPS. Yeah, the UI is kind of expensive. We can think of a way to make it cheaper. There's a lot of if statements. This is the problem. The if statements here are kind of important because we need to know when there's a change. So that we can upload it to the SSBO. So there's a lot of if statements. I would not be surprised if it's all the sprintfs though. Yeah. I mean, maybe I just leave this for later. Trying to optimize this. It's kind of... We can just do this, I think. You don't need that. You do not need that. Technically just do that, but it's kind of not what matters. That's not gonna make it any cheaper. Yeah. Well, that's pretty much all I can do for the optimizing it right now, unfortunately. Which sucks. I wanted to go in here and make the Perlin amplitude and frequency stuff higher precision, and also make it so that we can actually read the value of it out instead of just sprinting effing the frequency. We're actually gonna print the value as well. Because we need to actually see the UI is actually that. Yeah, the UI is actually very expensive because we have to communicate to the GPU all of the changes, and we have to check to see if there is a change every frame. Unfortunately, that's just the way it is. It's cheaper to upload one param than the whole thing on a change. So, and we'd have to detect that change anyway, so it's all necessary. It's all necessary. Okay. So we want to do that with everything. Lower the precision so that we aren't doing crazy stuff. Oh. I do kind of want to be able to save planets, so I could make the thing that does that tonight. That might be useful because we might have to save configurations to use them as presets for worlds later. So I think that's what I'm going to work on now. Probably gonna just put it into JSON as the typical thing. So that's kind of boring, but needs to get done. Oh, this is gonna take fucking forever. Holy shit. I just realized that. Jesus Christ. At least we can do the frequencies all at once. The reason why you need these labels to be different is because the reason why you need them to be different is because they actually are, this is the nuclear ID on inside of nuclear, is the actual thing that you put in here, so that's why it's kind of a pain in the ass, because you need to have unique labels for each of them. That was a bug from before. I just never caught that. I just want to copy the whole thing. And hopefully I'm doing that correctly. I think so. Okay, I did do that correctly. That's okay. Surely one doesn't work this time. Yeah, it doesn't work this time. Oh god. Okay, just lock in. Alright, done. Alright, hopefully I did that all correct. We need to improve our row layout thing. We need it to be at least 20. I want more precision on everything. Alright, now let's go in and see how things feel, and then let's make the JSON parser. Or rather, the JSON dumper. I didn't make the water level changeable. Okay, so why can't I touch the menu? Nuclear? Nuclear? What? The fuck are you talking about? The fuck? I changed the frequency of something, and it decided to break. What is the problem, man? Why? If I go NK clear, then the menu doesn't work anymore. By the way, so. Let's see if that makes it not. No, see, now we can't interact with it at all. Fucking what are you talking about, dude? Like what? Oh, that's why. Yeah. That's supposed to be. Oh, that's why. Okay, that makes sense now. I had the wrong label for something. What's up, Ahmed? Okay, can we fly? Thank you. Yeah. Now, wait, this still happened. It just breaks after I do that. It just. Why is that happening? Why is that happening? What? What the fuck is that about? Okay, so if I click a button, then it's fine. Click this button, then we're fine. If I click this button, then we're fine. So it's dragging. It's specifically dragging. Okay, got it. So I wanted to do something with a really low frequency, but then a huge amplitude. Nice. See, I like that. I like this. See? Like really big mountains. Start to make them super tall. Like, look at that. Like, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. That's just the prettiest landscape you've ever seen in your entire life, isn't it? That's just beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful snow-capped mountains. That's what I'm talking about. We do have to work on the distance, on the draw distance for sure. Okay, but we can do some funny business. It's all about the low frequency. That's what I've learned. It's all about the low frequency, big amplitude. And then the high frequency, small amplitude. If you bring FBM down to like 3, see, this is beautiful if it didn't have holes in it, but we do have some holes in the geometry. We do have some holes that need to be filled in. See, this is what I'm fucking talking about, bro. This is what it's all about. We gotta figure a way to smooth the normals across the chunks. That's what has to happen. That is what has to happen. Like, this is just beautiful. Like am I crazy, or is this just like the craziest thing you've ever seen in your entire life? Beautiful. Yeah, we gotta work on the seams. That's what we have to work on next. Yeah, I totally forgot about this. You don't really see it until like, this is super fucking disgusting. Like, what is that? What is that? That's nasty. Have to figure that out. It's because we clamp the normals to the edge. When instead we should detect if we are on an edge and then smooth with the other edge. How I do that, I have no clue. I have no clue. So it looks good. Well done. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. I wonder how I'm gonna do it. I could simply like spatial hash the vertices that are on a corner on each edge per chunk, right? That's a lot of vertices. One. It's a lot of memory. We could just have the integer positions in the buffer for those vertices, right? Yeah, hard for sure. Also, we are having insane lag now because the overheating. Yeah, that happens when we aren't 60 FPS. We eventually overheat. Yeah, I don't know how I'm gonna do it. Pink showcase snow caps. Yeah, the snow caps are cool. It's just literally we just check the how high each fragment is or whatever. The G value doesn't really do anything, or maybe we just aren't uploading. Oh right, because we have to do this to. All right, we changed the G value so small that the sun doesn't even show up now. That's why. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, we definitely need to be able to change the water as well. Like change the water level. That one's easy. We also need a button that re-uploads the water and changes the water FFT settings and like regenerates the buffer, which is slightly more annoying, but not like too bad. Yeah, not too bad. FKR and FKM should be also have the precision thing. Really everything should. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I don't know how I'm going to stitch the borders between cells. I thought that we could just do the skirt thing where we just extend a little bit downwards from each chunk. But the normals are the problem. It's not just the borders, it's the normals. The normals are the problem. Let's see the marching cubes code, and then let's just go from there, right? So we push our vertices here. We obviously sample our density here, and then we get our normal. We need to be able to check if we are in edge vertex. And then we look up in some sort of spatial hash that position. And we have to do it on the GPU. That's kind of a pain in the ass. How do I handle building projects from the beginning? A lot of bumps are the CMake lists and stuff. I don't really, on my projects from the beginning, I don't really, set up CMake and stuff. I just compile everything with just GCC. I just, I just start coding, and then whatever's necessary, then I just do when it's necessary. I don't really do things that aren't necessary, before they're necessary. CMake is just a bunch of complicated stuff that would never really be necessary for building any project from the beginning. I think keeping it simple is definitely what I go for. So much entropy. I guess. I mean, you need time. You need time to do it. Takes a lot of time. That's all. It's not anything crazy. Just takes time. I'm thinking, I know I have an idea in my head, but I feel like it's just gonna be slow. It's just gonna be slow. And maybe we should be using an index buffer anyway here. Deduplicating vertices is so slow though. We need a global array? Really? It's gonna be a lot of memory anyway. I can think of it. The only other option is hold on a second. What if I just yeah. You can just check if this is an edge vertex. Oh, actually, we do this. We can find this within sample density. We clamp. We clamp between this and U size, right? Instead of clamping, we could just finding the neighboring one would be kind of expensive actually. You're probably just better doing the density function. Probably slow though. That's probably very slow. Let's try it. Let's just do this. Do I have those types? I don't. I need it. I need those types. I need all of these types to do this. Long term, what we're probably looking to do here is not this, though. Oh. Yeah. We have to do this per thing. Oh. God damn it. Oh god, no, it did it so curse. Okay, nice. Huge, 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 huge. This is a lot of comparisons. It's a lot of comparisons that we have to do. Yeah, I wish I had like a thing to compile shaders in like headers sort of thing. That would be pretty cool. But unfortunately we don't. I'm gonna guess that we're gonna get some errors here. If I had to guess. I'm guessing that we have Perl index in here. Oh, I did this backwards. Probably don't want to be doing this long term. I think this is going to be really slow. Just what I'm going to assume. But let's give it a shot. Let's give it a shot. It probably won't compile on the first try here. But we will read the errors. D undeclared, D undeclared. Density function could not convert return value to float. Density function. I believe it's that. So that's the only error we had. Not that bad, not that bad. Okay, it's actually just positive p.z. Alright, let's try it again. Do I have a favorite PS1, PS2 era game? Silent Hill, probably. Silent Hill. I didn't have a PS1. I had a PS2. It's hard to remember what we played on it. I remember Spyro for whatever fucking reason. I remember Tomb Raider. Yeah, Tomb Raider. Tomb Raider 2 is probably my favorite. One of my favorite games ever. It's just kind of a masterpiece. But yeah. Tomb Raider 2 is really good. As well as the first one. Ratchet and Clank. Yeah, I remember Ratchet and Clank too, yeah. This is taking forever to compile. I have no clue what's happening. Yeah, Ratchet and Clank was good. I don't really... It's hard for me to remember. I'd have to see the discs. Like, this is ridiculous. What is the problem? Why is it this hard to compile the shaders? Infinite loop, maybe? Okay, I sig killed it. Yeah, interesting indeed. Well, that can't be good. Also, I is also supposed to be this. Okay, strange. Huh. Maybe I don't actually send in the inform 3 locations 0, 4 locations 0. Yeah, so Perlin texture. Yeah, so that's included in the uniforms. Huh. I remember Yakuza, Need for Speed. Remember Tomb Raider? Blue demo discs. Oh. I don't remember if I ever had that. I'm pretty sure I didn't. To be honest. That does sound pretty cool though. I remember when Netflix was on CD. I don't know if anybody remembers that, but I remember that. I remember they used to send you the movies in the mail. I wonder if like Perlin count is just massive or something somehow. Maybe we just give it another compile and see. Very strange. Because it's during shader compilation and not during this shader is taking forever to fucking compile. Holy shit. Are you serious? Maybe it might just be stuck on this for some reason. Okay. Uh-huh. Let's check for the errors. I think my compute shader should have in shaders.c I should have both of the arrows here. Do you remember that Xbox or something? Is it Netflix? Yeah. Yeah, I do remember the discs. It was right, you know, when Blockbuster started shutting down. Let's just try to get rid of this, I guess. What could it be? What could the problem be? 8, 9, 10, 13 planet data. I wish it said something. Maybe it needs 460. It shouldn't. Let's see. See if it compiles without any of the noise function. Is it sampler 3D? Am I doing this wrong? Sampler 3D for index. Okay, no, this works now. So it just really doesn't like this. Is it a namespace thing? Is it the warp stuff, or is it just FPM? Maybe it's FPM. God, this is so fucking annoying. Why does this break? Yeah, this nope, not compiling. It's not giving me any errors. It's just hanging on compiling it. Like, dude, what are you talking about, dude? kind of don't like how the syntax highlighting does all of this, but I think it's fine. The same code is in here, right? It's the same code. Let's see if it has something to do with the texture. I think it's all of these types is the problem. Okay, yeah, it compiles, so it has to be something with the texture. Huh. Well, that sucks. Okay, this is gonna compile, right? Okay, yeah, it does. But obviously, everything is super ugly. Everything that has Perlin text is broken. And in my 3 Perlin text. You know what? It might be optimizing it out. It might be optimizing it out. That might be what's happening. Actually, that's probably what's happening. It's probably just optimizing my uniform out because it's dog shit. So let's see. No. Like oh, I need to actually use the value though. I need to use the value. I can't just do that. Okay. Dude, dude, just compile the fucking shader, man. Like, what is the deal? What is your deal? You know what I bet? I bet that NVIDIA compiles the shader fine. That's what I bet. Actually, I'm 99% sure. Yeah, 100%. NVIDIA just compiles it fine. obviously this looks like shit. Either way. We are adding this, so that's probably got something to do with it, maybe. Maybe it's actually greater than. I think it's greater than. Yeah, I don't know why Intel is refusing to compile it. Sorry, I hit the mic. Okay. Yeah. So it's 1/2. It's in one direction. It's in positive or negative that it doesn't work. In one direction it works fine. Is it really usize +1? No. Really? Really? I don't know about that one. I do not know about that one. That was loud? Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, my mic is so loud if you touch it, like, it's really bad. Especially it has to be bad since I'm quiet today, so I'm sorry about that. Okay. So I don't see any seams. The real test is gonna be getting this to 50 and then seeing if we see any seams. There's a seam right here. Yeah, there's a seam here. Yeah, the seams are still the same. I have a feeling that this is not working, the density function. It might need to be negated. No, it equals D. Huh. Alright, let's try something here. Let's try no FPM and no Perlin and see which one it is, because it's definitely one of them. I don't think my code is wrong. Oh. Okay, so that's pretty bad. That's pretty bad. That is pretty goddamn awful. I'm not gonna lie. Let's go 3 Perlin count. Okay, so okay. So really? Really? Like what? Like really? Let's try only doing density function. Is it just gonna be black? I designed it, but I used a library called Nuclear to do the debug UIs. When I have my debug UIs when I'm working on things, I always use Nuclear. It's easy. Okay, so that's what I'm talking about. This is fucking disgusting. Like, what the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? What is that? Why? Why is it so nasty? Like, what? How slow is this, by the way? Yeah, 9 milliseconds. 7:26. Yeah, that's disgusting. Here's what we're gonna do. We're not gonna do that. We're instead going to do if I think it's greater than usize, because it goes to usize plus 1. Alright, that's what we're gonna do. It keeps growing, yeah. Okay, that's what we're gonna do. If we are outside of bounds, then we just do the density function once. And then we return that. And we have nothing. Because we didn't why did we not compile? Why did we not compile? Why did we not compile? What did I do wrong? What? Implicit cast. Implicit cast. Shut the fuck up. Okay, there we go. I don't even know what system I'm going to end up using for this permanently. I don't think that it's just going to be this. Do I blast all the warnings? What do you mean, like compile warnings? GCC? I usually don't get warnings. Because I don't really compile with like C11 or any standard. I typically don't really get warnings. Okay. Now let's see. With of 20, 50. No, 50. Okay, that just raises everything up because it has. There we go. Okay, so is anyone care to tell me what the fuck that is? Feel free to tell me what the fuck that is, brother. What the fuck are you talking about? The fuck? What? The seams are so fucking ugly, bro. Okay, so this didn't work. And also there goes my stupid computer fan. Oh, man. God. I thought that this was gonna work. Yeah, I mean, toggle them all on. Yeah, I typically, like, when I need to clean things, then I'll, like, foul grind or whatever, but typically don't have to. Yeah, I hope you enjoy the computer fan. Sorry about that. It's very, very loud. Beautiful. Sounds absolutely beautiful. Yeah, I don't know. If that doesn't work, then I don't know. It makes a lot of sense. But I guess not. I guess, yeah. Oh, also, this is wrong. That's wrong. That is wrong indeed. That might actually have been it. Let me see again. So my fan works. It doesn't really work. I have a Surface Book 2. So the fan on it is high pitched and loud. and it doesn't really work. Whenever the fan comes on, basically it becomes useless. So it yeah, definitely do not envy my hardware situation. It's pretty bad. It is pretty goddamn bad. Yeah, well, that chunk is not wanting to load in. What the fuck? Okay, so that was what it was. Okay, the seams are better. They're not the best though. That is better than what it was though. Yeah. It's specifically on Z that the problem is. Yeah, you can see them here as well. Yeah, I think sounds like an airport. Yeah, it's pretty bad. I have to wear headphones to deal with it. It's really high pitched and annoying. Yeah. Alright. Yeah, I'm gonna have to come up with another solution. This isn't gonna work, and also this is incredibly slow. Like 10 milliseconds when generating a new chunk is not good. Really, really not good. So, yeah, not great. Not great. 10 milliseconds is insane, by the way. That is absolutely fucking insane amount of time. 5 milliseconds when generating one chunk. Yeah. So I need a way to look up in the other grid the density. You know what? I might actually image store the density field. Like if I had a texture for density. Yeah, but then you would need so many textures. Like 200 textures is insane. And they would all be, yeah, of different size and it is possible. You could have textures pre-allocated to the amount of chunks and then write to them, and then they would automatically be linearly interpolated. It's an interesting idea. It would probably mess with marching cubes though. That would, get rid of all of this logic. But yeah, you need a way to look it up in the other grid, I guess. So you need a way to so if we go out of bounds, we know the direction that we're going out of bounds. So we find the other chunk. Yeah, the thing is we don't have a hash on the GPU. So there's no way for us to get the hash. But we could pre-compute it on the CPU and then give it to the GPU. Saying these are the surrounding chunks. However, that would be a buffer upload. Yeah, I don't know. Could do that. Buffer upload. The buffer upload. We might also be able to do like an FBM texture. Pre-computing FBM would make it so much faster. I don't know how to do that though. Like it would be the same thing, right? That we do a Perlin. I don't know why we haven't done that yet. Seems like such a easy win. Yeah, but the fact that this isn't a perfect normal is kind of unfortunate. Yeah, I thought that it would be. But I guess it's gotta be trilinear. But that's a lot of lookups. I think the only solution is to actually pre-compute an FBM texture at this point. I think that's the only solution. I think that's the only solution. So how do we even do this? How do we even do this? Oh wait, but this might not work because FPM you need to. Oh, but I guess you can do it with the texture too. All right, let's do it, I guess. Okay. Also, fuck this theme. I'm putting my theme back on. Fuck that theme. I would much rather have my own theme. Do we actually care about the buffer being? Let's put it into a net. Oh. D do I actually care about the buffer? No, let's not keep. Oh, there is a need for us to keep it CPU side. Okay, got it. Don't I have this? Prolintex. I forgot how fucking Calic works. My bad. How could I forget? Okay. Okay, I've gotta clean that up later, but fine. Pre-compute FPM texture. Okay. So now this is good to be used in our things. So for example, in our density calc, we can now take in index. We can go into here, FPM text. Sorry, I'm just talking to myself in my fucking head. I was just like, had a whole conversation with myself in my head. Man, I'm fucking crazy, aren't I? What the fuck? Okay, I have no clue if that's gonna work. But I just programmed it, so let's see. Let us see. Okay, that took a while to initialize. Took a long time. Long time. Oh shit. Maybe it could be just like that our values are just, yeah, our values now are just higher. Oh, our collision is not in sync with the Interesting. We didn't actually do it here, so this is also our fault. It does take forever to initialize it. That much is true. That much is definitely true. We could definitely do some things. V plus equals A times FPM noise of P. We could get all 5 of them at once if we do simmed. Do like 8 octaves at once. But that would be so hard. This would be so hard to simmed. Holy shit, that would be like... that would take like a million years. That'd be like a whole fucking project, to be honest. Oh yeah, we probably just have to... yeah, we probably just have to do what we do here for that. Sample density T for FL, and we would need to do sample density, but for the other texture. I'm just gonna do it like this. I know I could do it in one function, but I just don't. Prefer not to keep the branch if possible. Also, this is the wrong shit. This should all be when you started OpenGL. How did you prevent getting overwhelmed? I just started small, you know? Started with something 2D, something, you know, something simple. Honestly, when I feel myself getting overwhelmed by something, maybe there's something where there's a lot of different ways I could implement it or whatever, I just choose one, you know. Just choose one. Just don't try to do everything. You're not gonna be the most amazing graphics programmer the first time you touch it, you know what I mean? Like, it's just not gonna happen. So like, just like have that expectation of like, I'm gonna be here for a long time, and so I'm not really worried how long it's gonna take me. That's all. Because then there's no pressure. There is no pressure. Okay, let's try this. Yeah. That's, I think, my greatest skill and my greatest weakness is that I'm able to, you know, be like, I don't care about the pressure or, you know, anything. I just, like, you know, end of the day, I'm gonna do my job, and I'm gonna do my work, and then I'm gonna die, you know. So it's hard to really, you know, I try not to worry too much about where I'm going. It's also my greatest weakness because I struggle with being a go-getter and doing like all this job hunting bullshit, you know. Like, I struggle with that because I don't want to do something that's a shit job, you know what I mean? Like, I just don't want to do that. Where most other people just wouldn't care, I think. I just would rather not do that. Okay, so the collision still isn't working for FBM. It almost looks like it's exactly lower. The water is kind of annoying. Do have to admit it. I wonder if it's my problem when I'm on the CPU or the GPU. Wait, hold on a second. Oh. Yeah, that will do it. I'm sampling the wrong texture. Yeah, that'll do it. Is there any desired place I want to work? I want to be doing day in and day out. Some of the places that I've applied to recently, like game studios. Like, I applied to the studio that made Journey, the game Journey. I applied to like Blizzard, as well as like, you know, the big studios like Rockstar and stuff. I think honestly any sort of game studio I'd probably really enjoy working at. I think the code that I like writing just naturally tends to be more game code, although I just like doing graphics programming, right? There were job listings that I saw that I could probably really ace, like for these defense contractors that do like drone simulations and shit, right? Like, but I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. I also don't want to do like simulation software for like, I don't know, many of these different things. Even though I like doing simulation software, I don't want to do simulation software for like submarines and shit. It's just not something that I want to be doing. But, you know, at some point, I'm not going to be able to choose anymore, and I'm just going to have to go with something, I guess, you know. But I'm hoping that I don't have to choose a bad job again, because I've worked a lot of shitty jobs, and I don't want to work any shitty jobs anymore. That's my goal. That is my goal. it seems like it's fine at low amplitudes. But like, if you go to 3, then it collapses. I don't know why. Usually it's the frequency that's the problem, but here it seems to be the amplitude. What does that mean? That my amplitude is off somewhere? Maybe when maybe this doesn't output in. Maybe it doesn't need to be. Let me see what the range for FPM is. FPM noise range. It is. Okay, yeah, so it is -1 and 1. I'm not in my most desired role at the moment. Yeah. Yeah. It's hard. I mean, I don't have a degree in programming, so it's kind of hard for me to break into it, to be honest, without, you know, having any connections or whatever. I think the streams and also I don't know, just having a lot of my work just available helps, but you know, it is hard. It's hard to turn it into anything, you know? Especially in this field, it's jobs are disappearing, you know? And there's like not real room for like people to get into it. It's kind of hard, you know? But what I kind of believe is that, like, as long as you are stubborn enough and you take a long time and you do it, you know, then eventually you'll get through. Your degree hasn't helped more than the personal projects. It's probably helping more than you thought, if I'm being honest, you know? Like, I've got a pretty good portfolio, right? Like, and I'm not just like saying that or whatever. Like, I have a good portfolio. However, I don't have a degree, you know? And so when AIs like look at my application, I automatically get thrown out, right? Because I don't have education on there, right? I went to college, but I didn't get a degree, right? And so the whole AI thing is cannibalizing. Yeah, I mean, it's not just AI is cannibalizing the roles themselves. It's that AI is deciding who gets a job and who doesn't, right? And for an AI looking over everything, I can see why an AI wouldn't, you know, because an AI isn't going to look at my portfolio. An AI is going to screen it, see the fact that I don't have higher education, then throw it out, right? And so that's the problem, right? So it may seem like your project helped a lot, but I have a good portfolio and I never get calls back, Now, I would probably get calls back if I wasn't, picky with the jobs that I apply for, but, I don't want to get stuck doing a bad job again, I would rather just stick it out and wait. But yeah, I think the reason I don't get calls back is simply because I don't have a degree and I don't have experience, right? I need a human person to click on my portfolio and then, but that's impossible, right? It's impossible. This should work the same way as everything else. It should work the same way. Unless we're not supposed to do this, but I don't think that would cause it, but we can try it. I can try just commenting this out. Fee size, this isn't even being used. Oh, yeah, let's just not add. Let's just try that, I guess. Yeah, I don't know why this doesn't work. Yeah, I think the channel is good, but then again, I don't really think of it that way anymore, I think for the first, couple of 100 hours of streaming, like the few times I got, a bunch of people in here at once, I thought, maybe it would be something big for me, but I don't think of it that way anymore. I think I'm a bit too niche, in a way. And that's fine. I think it's good that I get to put it on my resume, though, because I have over 500 hours of coding live to prove that I know what I'm doing. So there's definitely that. But in terms of, I don't know. But yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure. I feel there's at some point where I wrote 512 instead of FPM texture size, but I doubt it. I do doubt it. I do doubt it. Maybe I shouldn't be centering with this. We can try this. Just no voxel centering on it. See if that does anything. Because I had to voxel center the Perlin text for some reason. But maybe not this, I don't know. I do not know. You know what I just wondered, actually? Do you think it's possible that I didn't actually add the uniform to it? That's gonna be... Ah, that pisses me off so much. I was sitting here fucking confused and just talking when I obviously was fucking just being super stupid. It had nothing to do with any of that. It was just that I forgot this. Where did I put it in here? It's for sure 4, right? It's definitely 4. And this is 5. Okay. So now let's recenter because it's definitely supposed to be center. Recenter it here and recenter it in here. Okay, there we go. That should work. And the stuff you're doing is really difficult. Thanks, I appreciate that. I don't know. I think I'd like to believe that if you just do something a lot, at some point you're gonna become good at it, right? And then hopefully being good at it means that you're gonna get a job. But I don't know. It's also something like I have this thing where like I'll apply for a lot of jobs all at once, right? For like a few days, and then I'll just get really discouraged, and so I just won't do it for a while after that. Yeah, so you can't have the frequency this high is the tricky thing. You can have it low though. So this is working now. Oh, I accidentally got rid of this. Oh no, this broke again. I don't know why this is breaking when I try and do that, but whatever. Yeah, how fast was that? I don't even know. Our collision has to be so fast now. Yeah, it's super fast. Trying to see if we ever... Yeah, I didn't really get to see. I'm assuming we're a lot faster, but... Need to see. yeah, I'm really excited to get a position somewhere, because then I can get a new computer. That would be really cool. Like, if I had a computer with like any sort of GPU in it, that would be insane. That'd be awesome, dude. Oh no, I clicked on it. No. God fucking damn it. Yeah, I don't know why that does that. Okay, whatever. Let's try and see what the time is like with making new chunks. I assume it's going to be fairly fast. 10, 9, 7, 8. And that's flying at full speed though. So you would probably never load in this many at once. Probably never. And on the NVIDIA GPU we're still at 16, so that's fine. That does help a bit. I mean, the normals are still problematic, but yeah. Yeah, I definitely am going to get an NVIDIA GPU just for CUDA. I think AMD is really cool and all, but NVIDIA just has more compute tools and stuff for the stuff that I like to do. Like, there's no real equivalent on AMD. But yeah, I want to get like a 3060 or 3070. It'd be pretty cool. I'd be able to do ray tracing. That'd be so much fun. Yeah. I've built the acceleration structures basically for ray tracing already on this computer. Like the linear bounding volume hierarchy. But of course it's kind of like, you know, can you actually walk on this? You can. Oh, that's cool. I didn't expect you to be able to walk on this. Yeah, honestly, with FPM, it's kind of like, I don't know why it goes so far down. Alright, so let's see the, oh yeah, here we have some lag for sure. Okay, so I don't see any seams, which is what I was looking for. I don't see any seams. So that's why I wanted to do the FPM texture, because I had a feeling that we would be getting rid of seams. And I guess that the feeling was correct. Like, like on the snow caps, you should be able to see them more, but now I don't see them at all. Oh, well, two birds with one stone, I guess. Yeah, that's where the seam is. We saw it load in, but there's no seam there. It just smooths over perfectly. Alright, well that's cool. Nice. Alright, yeah, I mean, the next thing is trying to get the frame back up. Where is our frame time? Our frame time is 22, 4 mesh, 8, 4, 4 frame. Yeah, the UI is painful, for sure. Year 5 UI. Yeah. I don't really know how to make the UI less painful. I could just make a button that hides the menu. which would probably be good for actually profiling how slow we are. But yeah. It's that and big loop now. And big loop, I don't know what to do with that. But that was cool. That's cool that we got a texture working, because that just makes everything so much faster. And now big loop. So this is big loop. It loops over all chunks within chunk radius in 3D. And checks if they're within the frustum. But really we should, oh my god. We've got this thing where if I hit the cable, then the monitor turns off. Yeah, I don't know what to do here. I already tried something here. I tried doing this here. Okay, so if we don't find the chunk, then alright, let's see if that speeds it up. I did try this earlier and it created some bugs, but it is completely sound. Basically what this is doing is it's checking if the chunk has already been emitted, and if it had 0 vertices. Alright, I'm gonna get out of here soon. It's getting late. And I want to make some tea. having this start at such a high frequency is really bad now. So we gotta fix that. What the fuck, bro? Why did it disappear? Oh, that may have been the consequence of my actions. Yeah, that may have been the consequence of my actions. Okay. Okie dokie. Well, this does really put a damper on things. You gotta be honest here. Yeah, this breaks everything, huh? Yeah. Thanks for hanging out. I might not be leaving like right now though, but yeah. Let's put it here so that it only hits new ones. Yeah, thanks for hanging out. I was surprised to see that that everybody was, on Twitch. I've streamed so many hours on YouTube just to think about it. This would make it so much faster if this worked. I'm trying to think like why it wouldn't work. Do I multi-stream? No. Yeah, I was considering it, but I don't have the hardware to be able to do that. Apparently there's just more people on Twitch, which is, I just automatically went to YouTube because I was making YouTube videos as well, so that was why I just streamed on YouTube to keep the viewers or whatever. I didn't really ever consider Twitch, to be honest. I looked into like the restream thing or whatever. I don't want to pay for it, so maybe someday. I feel like it would be weird having two chats too. Okay, so yeah, so we just don't get new chunks. Why would that? why would that match? Why would they match if we haven't omitted them yet? I have no clue. Yeah, this is something that it was very strange. We have to wait till here to do it, but that wastes so much time. Because of the final LOD, I guess. Wonder why. Restream his ass, yeah. Altium stream plugin. Yeah, I could probably, yeah, technically do it, but I can barely stream at 720p, you know. Encoding for 2 sources would be completely impossible, I think. But one day, yeah. One day. Yeah, I don't know why. Yeah, I may consider it. Why does it get so many matches is the problem. Why does it get so many matches? It just takes all of the jobs. Like AI. Oh, I'm stupid. I'm so stupid. I am so fucking stupid. It's just that. You're supposed to do that. I am so dumb. I didn't increment chunk pause. I feel like I haven't been doing anything the past few streams. I'm kind of at like a point with this project where I don't really know what to do. I feel kind of stuck. Not like stuck, but just kind of, it's hard to pull everything together, I guess. I've got like a lot of discrete systems and I don't know what to do with them. Like I've got like all this terrain generation stuff now, but like what am I doing with it, I guess, is the question. Okay. Okay, mesh 5, mesh 7, and 5. Okay, so big loop is still pretty bad. 3, 4. Yeah. Big loop is still a pretty big offender. Yeah, this should be the real cost, which is actually generating the meshes. The big loop has to come down somehow. I don't know. yeah, I don't know. This is hard to figure out how to, I think that this is the main cost. If it's within Frustum, it's like the main cost as figuring that out for every chunk. What is a chunk? It's literally just a piece of terrain. It's just a cube of geometry. That's all a chunk is. Kind of like in Minecraft. And so we have just basically a draw distance of the chunks that we generate in real time, right? So for each chunk, we have to check if we can see it. And if we can see it, then we need to check if we need it at a higher level of detail than we have it currently at, or a lower. And then we sort those jobs, and then we execute those jobs, and we, transfer the memory if necessary. If we need a new chunk, then we delete an old chunk. If we, each chunk also has a child that is at a lower LOD level, so that we can interpolate between them. So yeah, that's basically it. The problem is, right, it's very expensive to iterate over the entire, all of the chunks in 3D space, right? That's a lot. It ends up being, with a radius of 7, which is what we have now, it's 14 cubed, which is a bit, when we have to dot and stuff to check if it's within Frustum for every single one, right? Yeah. But, without checking all of the planes, the thing is, this is so branchy. This is branchy. So you don't want to do this. Instead, let's think about it logically, and we could do this cheaply if we just say if vec3 dot of chunk pause Yeah, I mean, you don't have to have a chunking system for whatever you make, This is my first time doing a real chunking system, for terrain. My game engine had nothing to do with it, with that system itself. It's basically like Minecraft, you know. You don't want to dot it. You want to find the direction, and if it's negative, then continue. If vec3 sub, cam pause, chunk pause, passing ivec3 sub, can I please do this, please? Okay, so you want to normalize it. So we get the direction from cam pause to chunk pause. We want to normalize it. We can make that function. Where are our other normalize functions? Okay, let's just copy it. Okay. We're doing it with ints, which is kind of the problem. It's kind of a big problem, actually. How do you normalize a vector of ints? You have to get a vec3 out. So we need a vec3. They need to be floats. Okay. So now that we have this function, now we need and then if the dot of it's not gonna let me do it. It's not gonna let me do it. I'll just do it in line. We'll just dot it in line. I think we should be allowed to do that. I don't really remember if camdir has anything in it, which is what I'll look at in a second. But yeah, I do need it for this. Do I actually set these values to anything of meaning. Update camera. Compute camera basis. Yeah, let's just be honest and use forward. I also need to make sure that forward has stuff in it. I think it should. It should. So if dot is less than 0, then we continue. That's the payoff there. If the dot of that direction is with our camera direction, then yeah. Let's make sure that forward is good though. Alright, let's try it. Yeah, wow, this takes a long time to fucking pre-compute that FPM texture. Jesus Christ. That takes a long ass time. I think we might just have to go down to 128. Jesus, that sucks. Okay. Okay. Alright. Yeah, our forward is not. Okay. No, you're joking. Dude, I know that I get this somewhere. Why does my forward vector have nothing in it? That's a good question. See, that's the problem though, is that my forward vector is -1 permanently though. Like I feel like that that can't be right. That just cannot be right. Like right after I may clear it somehow, or when I upload it to the UBO, it might clear it or something. I need to see this. Yeah, that's been annoying me, that the forward vector is not usable. Like I just looked up, what does it mean if my forward vector doesn't work? My camera works. My forward vector is -1 permanently. Which just can't be right. That just can't be right, bro. That just cannot be right. Alright, let's see it. Yeah, the startup times have to stop for sure. Oh, here it is. That's the real one. That's the real one. So it does happen. It just gets cleared. Why does it get cleared? What else would clear it? Huh. Yeah, I guess somewhere I must clear it somehow. Somehow I must clear it. I need to know where it gets cleared. Maybe we just do this before this. But maybe suddenly it works. Because then we'll always have will always have a forward vector no matter what, because it gets done right before it. I'm gonna assume that the UBO upload somehow breaks it. But yeah. Holy shit. Oh. What the fuck? I got rid of this for some reason, which is not what I should have done. Apparently we have to have this after this though. So it has to happen after. Also, it didn't fix the fucking problem. Let's print it out right after with that. I definitely have my forward vector here. I might make look at, I might. Okay, so my forward vector right after is 0, 0, negative 1. How the fuck does that make any sense? You think it has to do with this light camera thing? Oh. Oh no, never mind. Oh. I may have made a mistake there. Okay, well, that was a pretty devastating typo that I just discovered. I don't even think that any of this is necessary. I don't even think that any of this is necessary. I don't even think any of that was necessary. Well, okay, well, hopefully that's fine, and we can just do this now. Alright, peace out. Peace out. Thanks for hanging out. Have a good luck. Good luck with that. Alright. So this dot should work now. Hopefully. Now that I found that bug. Figured it out. And my forward vector for many, the past long time has been broken. And it turns out that it was just that. It's just the shadow light camera that was misbehaving. Alright, I'm gonna head out soon, so. Oh, I'm tired. I'm getting there. Okay. So this still doesn't work. This still doesn't work. Okay. Well, shit. I really thought that this was gonna work. That was gonna work. Also, just for speed, because this is taking forever, let's just do 128 here. Should also make it work with the other texture so that we can just go fast. I guess we need to debug this. Excellent. Alright, so let's see it. Yeah, this is much faster. Okay, there's too many fucking chunks. There's too many. Why did it print out so many times for one chunk? Oh, I did the thing again. I did the thing again. Oh, I did the thing again. I can't believe I did the thing. The same thing I did earlier. It's whatever, I caught it a lot faster this time. Yeah, I have to, every time we continue the loop, I have to make sure that this keeps on, you know, iterating with a new position. Okay. Okay, so okay, I think we have it backwards. Yeah. Because we keep on making chunks behind us, but not in front of us. Is it really greater than? Really? Alright, that seems to be correct. That seems to be correct. Now I have to compile it without that so that we can profile it, I guess. See if it's any faster. I was also thinking, like, what if they're behind us? Like, I'm thinking maybe we move our cam center chunk to our cam pause. Because we integrate DT, right? So just like thinking logically here, like maybe 0.25 is good. Okay, that's kind of disgusting, but whatever. let's give it a shot. I also want to, we have inside of here, purlin, we don't. Yeah, that's what I was worried about. Just making this a define so that we can resize it lower if we want to compile faster, which currently I do want to compile faster, so. Okay, hopefully I did all that right. I have no clue if I did. Let's just search for 512. Jesus, Rob 256. I don't think I do. No. Getting rid of the magic numbers just for Aria. Yep, that's me. That's me. That is me. That is me indeed. Hopefully the mic hasn't been bad this whole time. That would really annoy me. Okay, it seems okay. Oh my god. Fuck. Yeah. Three, big loop 3. Big loop is 3. Big loop is 1. Okay, it's the same amount. It's the same amount. It's the same amount. Okay. Well, fuck me, I guess. I don't, like, fuck. Shit. Okay, well, that was my attempt, so. I guess I'm too dumb to figure it out, I guess. Yep, that's the same amount of time it was taking before, so. Yeah. Unless big loop is... Unless it's the Q sort. Maybe it's the Q sort. I think it might be the Q sort. That's the problem. No. No, yeah. I'm gonna guess it's the freeze. That's the problem. And not the actual big loop. Nope. Nope. It's just the big loop. It probably is the hashing system. It's probably the double hash lookup here that's killing us. I really thought that this would help. What if we just do zero list first? Like what's the fastest way out? This isn't cheap either. But this opens a lot faster now. Kind of ridiculously fast. Big loop 2.4, 2.7, 2.5. I think it actually has gotten faster, just slightly. That's massive. That is massive. Yeah, I don't think that doing that is... Oh, hold on a second. You need the LOD level first. You need the LOD level to match there. Okay. Alright, I'm heading out. Have a good night. I'm going to make some tea and watch some videos. Yeah, so this is low. Yeah, so 2. It goes down to 2 now. Flat. So I'm at 3. Yeah, but now it never goes to 5 or 4. Yeah, it's probably as low as you get it. Yeah, so I'm at 4 still. I wonder, like... Yeah, I mean... The within frustum check has to be more expensive than the zero list, right? Has to be. Because it's so branchy. Maybe not, I don't know. It's incredibly branchy. It's 6 times 3. So that's 12, that's 18 branches. So the regular big loop time is Yeah, it's about the same. I'd assume it's about the same. 2.3, 2. Yeah, I mean, I made it slightly faster, I think. Yeah, 4. Yeah. Yeah. At the end of the day, if we had no UI, then we would be at 60 FPS permanently. But yeah, there's also this getting to 4 is kind of sketchy. I definitely think I preferred it up here. So we never got to 4. I almost wonder just like honestly we should just inline this. Oh, why did I just I should inline this. Should inline this. These functions. It needs the type. Sorry, it took me a while to to realize what the fuck was going on. I'm just being dumb, sorry. took me a second. I feel like this is all fine to inline. That's what I feel like, probably. Okay. All that's inlined. I don't know if find current LOD is even, if we use it to get current LOD, yeah. Yep. Inlining that might help a little bit. We already have this to center. Some of this stuff is just extra that we don't need. Fuck. Oh, that's a bummer every time I do that. Wow. Wow. 5. Wow. 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 Four. Wow. Really? Really? Is it that bad for me to inline that? Really? Wow. Wow. Okay, I guess. I mean, there's not much I can do other than just put it back. I guess it's really bad to inline that. Well, at least we checked. was worth a shot, I guess. Unless there's some other reason. Six, 4, 4, 3, 5, 3, 3, 3, 3, 5. Wow. Yeah, what the fuck did I do? What did I do? Hey, what's up, Max? Are you road tripping yet? If so, how is the road trip? It's 10 a.m. for you. To be honest, I started the stream late, so it was not, I started the stream at like 9 or 10, so I'll probably be out of here soon. Okay, so it was just that, so I was fine to inline it. Fuck. God fucking damn it. Yes, get rid of that. Put them back here. Put that shit back where it came from, or so help me. Or so help me, or so help me, or so help me. You know the Monsters Inc. thing? Shout out Monsters Inc. Shout out Monsters Inc. Yeah, I'm sorry. If you don't mind, Max, I'm having an ASMR stream. Fucking 3 a.m. I'm going to make some tea and go to bed soon, though. Okay, yeah, inlining it was fine. I don't think that it helps at all, but we have inlined them. Okay, whatever. Inlined, 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 inlined. Alright. I'm gonna go and apply to more jobs. That's what I'm gonna do. That's what I'm gonna do today. Okay. Yeah, it's fucked up. The fucking UI is expensive for whatever reason, which is shitty. But yeah, the UI is 3 milliseconds. which is 3 milliseconds we don't have to spare. To be honest though, during game time, you're never going to be doing that many meshes, so you'll probably have more headroom here. So it's like, it's not that bad, I think. It's really not that bad. Alright, I'm going to peace out. It's been fun. Soon. I wanna show off all the cool things though. First. Oh fuck no, I messed up. Okay, well. Look at that. Call Gordon Freeman, bro. What is this? What is this glob of good, whoa. This shit looks like a creature you would fight in Shadow of the Colossus, bro. I mean, look how cool this is. This is so sick. Bro, I'm bee hopping. It's crazy. Okay. This is pretty fun to play around with though. Pretty fun. I'm going to keep working on it though. It is still a bit laggy. Need to fix it. It is possible to also get stuck like that. Alrighty guys. Thank you for watching. This has been dustmite. Make sure to like and subscribe. Good night.